今晚我们去很远的北方，那里的风从世界的尽头吹来，带着千年的雪。闭上眼睛，跟我走。
The light is already fading. Not all at once, never all at once, but slowly, the way warmth leaves a stone after the sun has moved on. The sky at the edge of the west has turned from deep blue to something softer, something without a name. You are still. Your body is heavy against the surface beneath you. Your shoulders have settled. Your hands are open. The air has cooled. It carries something with it, the faint smell of pine resin, of stone that has held the day's heat and is now releasing it slowly into the gathering dusk. There is a wind, very small. It moves across your face and is gone. Far away, further than a journey, further than a thought. The mountains are losing their edges. The last light catches the highest peaks, holds there for a long moment, and then lets go. The ridgelines dissolve. The valleys fill with shadow as though the shadow had always been there, waiting patiently beneath the surface of things. You breathe in. The air is cool and clean and carries the smell of somewhere very far from here. Somewhere older. You breathe out. The darkness deepens by just one shade. The mountains of the far west are not like other mountains. They do not rise, they accumulate, layer upon layer of stone and silence, piled up over a span of time so long it no longer feels like time. It feels like weather. It feels like geology. It feels like the slow settling of the world into itself. The last of the light is a ribbon now, a thin warm line along the tops of the farthest range. Below it the valleys have already surrendered. The streams that run through them are invisible, audible only as a soft and distant sound, not quite silence, not quite music. Something in between. The sound the world makes when it is not performing, when it believes itself unobserved. Your jaw is soft, your throat is open. The weight of your body is something you're no longer managing. It's simply there, pressing gently downward, finding its level. The wind comes again, this time carrying a trace of something mineral. Cold stone, deep earth, the inner silence of a mountain that has never been named by anyone you know. The ribbon of light grows thinner. It is the color of embers now. Not orange exactly, something older than orange. A red that seems to come from inside the horizon rather than above it. A red that belongs to a deeper register of the world. The pine trees on the lower slopes are silhouettes. They stand without moving. And then it comes from everywhere at once, and you realize it was always there, underneath the light, patient and unchanged. The last warmth on your skin is fading now. Your hands are cool. The surface beneath you holds no more heat than you do. You are at the edge of something. Not an edge you could walk to, not a border on a map, but a threshold, the kind that exists in the quality of the air, in the particular weight of a silence that has been gathering for a very long time. Beyond the last mountains of the known world, the texts say, there is a place where the sky itself changes character. where the light does not behave as light does elsewhere, where the darkness when it comes is not the absence of something, but the presence of something else entirely. You're not trying to see it. The darkness behind your eyelids is soft and without edges. It has the quality of deep water, not threatening, not cold, just deep, just boundless in a way that the mind can rest against, the way the body rests against something solid. The ribbon of red is almost gone. A single thread of it remains along the western edge of the world, barely there, holding on not from urgency, but from the simple fact that it has not yet let go. The mountains in the far distance are fully dark now. They have become part of the sky, or the sky has become part of them. There is no longer a line between them. The stone and the air have dissolved into a single field of soft darkness, dimensionless still. The cedar smell has faded. The mineral cold of the deep stone carries now on the air alone. Your breathing is slow. You are not directing it. It is simply happening the way seasons happen, the way the tide moves, without effort, without your permission, without requiring anything from you at all. The last thread of red light dims. It does not go out suddenly. It thins and thins and thins, like silk pulled through narrow fingers, and then it is simply not there anymore. And the sky is one thing, and the mountains are one thing, and the darkness has arrived not as an ending but as a completion. This is the hour that belongs to the far west. This is the hour the stones have been waiting for, the hour the mosses know, the hour the cold water at the bottom of the deepest valley has been keeping, still and ready, all through the long bright day. Out beyond the last ridge, beyond the place where any traveler has walked, beyond the reach of any firelight, there is a mountain that does not appear on ordinary maps. The texts mention it in passing, the way the texts mention many things in passing, without urgency, without drama. Just a notation, a geographic fact, a coordinate at the edge of the known, Chapter Tail Mountain. The name is not ornate. It is simply where the Western maps end, where the catalogers of another world set down their brushes for a moment and wrote what little could be written about a place no one had stood and returned from to describe in detail. Beyond that mountain, or perhaps contained within it, or perhaps in the darkness that pools at its base, like cold water pools in a valley, something rests, something very old, something very still. You don't need to move toward it. It is already everywhere the darkness has reached. It is already in the cooling air. It is already in the particular quality of this silence, which is not the silence of an empty room, but the silence of something breathing, slowly, impossibly slowly, in a rhythm you cannot quite follow with your own breathing, because it is not a human rhythm. It is older than that. The darkness is complete now, not frightening, not empty, full, the way a very deep lake is full, the way the space between stars is full, the way the inside of a closed eye is full of something softer and more patient than light. Your body knows this darkness. It has known it every night of your life. It has been waiting all day for this, for the cooling, for the stilling, for the slow release of the last tension in the muscles, the last held thought in the mind, the last claim of the world on your attention. The far west is dark, the mountains are dark, the valleys are dark, and the streams run dark, and the cedar trees stand dark against a sky that is soft and without boundary. And somewhere beyond the last ridge, in the darkness that gathers at the edge of the mapped world, something immense and very quiet is still. The old books called it the mountain at the end of the west. Jiangwei Shan, Chapter Tail Mountain, a name that carries its own meaning inside it, the way a river carries the memory of its source. The tail of the chapter, the final entry, the place where the catalogers of the Shanhaijing, the classic of mountains and seas, set down their measurements and stopped. Not because there was nothing more to see, but because the mountain stood at the boundary of what could be measured at all. The Shanhaijing is a document unlike most documents. It was assembled, or perhaps accumulated across many centuries, the work of many hands, many eyes, many journeys real and imagined through the terrain of the Chinese world and the territories far beyond it. Its western scrolls moved gradually outward from the known. Range by range, valley by valley, the catalogers recorded the shapes of peaks, the direction of rivers, the animals that lived in particular ravines, the minerals that could be pulled from particular streams. They were methodical people. They believed in observation, they believed in names, and they believed, it seems, that the world had edges. Chapter Tail Mountain sits at one of those edges. In the western canon of the text, the Shanhaijing, the mountains accumulate westward, across hundreds of entries, each one slightly colder, slightly more remote, slightly less like the landscapes of the inhabited world. The trees grow stranger. The animals carry features that do not combine the way features combine in familiar places. The minerals deepen toward colors that have no practical use, the reds and golds and deep greens of mountains that no caravan has ever reached for trade. And then at last, Chapter Tail Mountain. The name itself suggests something about the nature of this place. Jiangwei, the tail of the chapter, or the tail of the scroll. In classical Chinese thought, the end of a written text was not merely a conclusion, it was a threshold. The final brushstroke of a scroll was the moment the document gave way to silence, to blank silk, to whatever lay beyond the reach of written language. Chapter Tail Mountain carries that meaning in its name. It is where the map gives way to something the map cannot hold. Your breathing has slowed a little, without any particular effort. Notice that. The weight of your shoulders against whatever surface holds you, that weight is real, and soft, and patient. The air around your body is warm. The darkness behind your eyes is still and deep. The catalogers wrote very little about Chapter Tail Mountain itself. This is unusual. The Shanhaijing is, above all else, a document of description, of surfaces, features, resources, shapes. Mountains are measured by their height, their compass direction, their distance from neighboring peaks. They are cataloged for their trees and stones and creatures. The text rarely lingers. It moves range by range with the steady and almost meditative rhythm of people who have a great deal of territory to cover and limited bamboo on which to write. But Chapter Tail Mountain receives almost no description of its own terrain. There are no minerals recorded here, no useful trees, no rivers emerging from its slopes at named angles. The creatures that live in its particular valleys are not enumerated. The catalogers who measured everything they could reach seem to have arrived at this mountain and found that their usual instruments were insufficient. Or perhaps they found that the mountain had nothing to yield to instruments, that it was not the kind of place that offered up its particulars for recording. What the mountain offers instead is its deity. The deity is the entry. The mountain is only the location, and yet the location is not incidental. Mountains in the Shanhaijing are not neutral settings. They are chosen, or they choose themselves, by the for specific presences. A mountain that holds a dragon holds it for reasons. Reasons that have to do with the direction the mountain faces, the quality of its stone, the nature of the water that moves through it, the particular texture of the silence that rests between its ridges. Chapter Teal Mountain holds what it holds because it is in some way that resists explanation, the right place for such a thing. So what is the mountain like? The text does not say directly, but the western mountains of the Shanhaijing, taken as a whole, accumulate toward a particular quality of landscape. The further west the catalogers traveled, the colder the stone, the thinner the air, the less frequent the sound of water, the more the sky seems to press down toward the ridgelines in a way that blurs the distinction between cloud and mountain and sky. The color of the rock shifts from the warm browns and ochres of inhabited mountains toward something cooler, something that holds pale light without releasing it, something that looks almost gray even in midday and almost blue in the late afternoon. These are mountains where the wind moves in long, slow currents rather than the sharp gusts of lower terrain. The wind does not announce itself here. It simply arrives, gently, steadily, carrying no particular scent of vegetation or human settlement, only the clean, cold smell of stone and altitude and distance. There are pine trees in the western mountain passages of the Shanhaijing, layered forests of the eastern ranges, but solitary trees, or small clusters, growing in the shelter of ridgelines, shaped by the prevailing wind into forms that seem almost considered, almost deliberate, as though the trees have spent centuries finding the most efficient posture for survival and have arrived, each of them, at something that resembles stillness. The valleys between the western peaks are long and narrow and quiet. In those valleys, sound behaves differently than it does in more populated landscapes. There is no echo. Exactly, the mountains are too far apart for the sharp return of sound you might expect in a gorge. But sound does not carry far either. A footstep lands and is absorbed. A voice, even raised, fades within a short distance, as though the air itself is too dense or too old or too settled to carry disturbance very far. It is the kind of silence that does not feel empty. The kind of silence that feels inhabited, not by anything that makes noise, but by something that has simply been present for so long that its presence has become indistinguishable from the landscape itself. The way a very old stone carries the presence of all the weather that has moved across it. The way a very old room carries the presence of everyone who has ever sat quietly inside it. Chapter Tail Mountain has that quality. Your jaw may have softened a little by now. The muscles along the sides of your face, the small muscles around your eyes, they may have released without any decision being made, without any effort applied. This is what the western mountains do to the body. They have too much time and too much stillness to allow for unnecessary holding. The remoteness of this mountain cannot be overstated as a feature of the text. The Shanhaijing moves outward from the center of the Zhou world, from the settled, cultivated, named landscape of the Yellow River Basin, in expanding concentric surveys. The mountains nearest the center are full of human connection, resources, trade routes, the homes of spirits that receive regular offerings from communities that depend on their goodwill. As the surveys move outward, that connection thins. The mountains become more self-contained, less interested in human affairs, more purely themselves. By the time the Western Survey reaches Chapter Tail Mountain, the human world is so far behind that the catalogers are, in some sense, writing about a place that exists outside of the categories that the human world uses to understand places. Not outside of the natural world. The mountain is still a mountain, stone and slope and sky. but outside of the frame in which nature and human life engage with and inform each other. This is a mountain that does not need anything from the human world, and the human world, the text implies, needs only one thing from this mountain. Not its minerals, not its trees, not the orientation of its rivers, only the presence of what rests here, what has always rested here at the place where the Western survey ends and the unmapped world begins. The light, wherever you are reading this in your body rather than your eyes, the light has been receding for some time now. Not gone, just softer, just further away, the way light moves when the afternoon is late and the sky is high and still. Chapter Tail Mountain stands in that kind of light. It does not stand out against the sky with the drama of a famous peak, the sharp silhouette, the famous outline that painters have returned to across centuries. It has no particular famous outline. It is a mountain that one might approach for a long time without realizing it was the destination, a gradual rising of terrain, a slow gathering of altitude, a thickening of the quiet that surrounds it, until a traveler would eventually recognize that they had arrived, not because the mountain announced itself, but because everything else had fallen away. The stone is cool here. The air moves in long, slow waves that carry nothing in particular. No message, no urgency, no direction of particular importance. The sky above the summit is very clear and very dark and very full of stars that are not visible from the inhabited world because they are too far from the inhabited world, or because this mountain is simply the kind of place where stars appear that cannot be seen from anywhere closer to the center. Far below the summit, in one of the long, quiet valleys, the text does not specify which, and perhaps the direction does not matter, something rests. It has rested here since before the catalogers arrived. It will rest here long after the scrolls on which they wrote its description have turned to dust. It does not require the text to continue existing. The text required it, required the encounter, required the moment of standing close enough to observe and then retreating carefully to write down what had been seen. What was seen was very large and very still, and the mountain surrounding it was simply the mountain surrounding it, the right place, the final place, the place where the chapter ends and something older than chapters begins. What was seen had a face. That detail arrives first in the record, before the body, before the eye, before anything else the catalogers managed to set down. A face, human in its proportions, human in the way its features arrange themselves across the front of the head. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, the familiar grammar of a face, the shape a child draws first when learning to draw, and yet the text offers it without comfort, because the face is attached to something that has no business bearing one. The body is serpentine, long beyond the measure of ordinary long, red in a way that the word red does not quite hold, not the red of lacquer, or of autumn leaves, or of anything that comes to mind easily, but a deeper red, the red at the back of closed eyelids when light falls on them from outside, the red that belongs to things that generate their own warmth from within. The scales, if the text implies scales, carry that warmth. The body extends. It coils and rests and coils again, disappearing into distances that the valley contains without effort, the way deep water contains whatever falls into it. This is Zhulong, the torch dragon, sometimes called Juin, the one who illuminates the darkness. Both names arrive from the same place, from the same body lying still in the same valley, and both names are true. The text does not describe the body in motion. It does not describe the torch dragon moving from one place to another, does not describe it feeding or drinking or performing any of the ordinary gestures of a living creature. What the text describes is stillness. The whole description is a description of stillness, and within that stillness, one feature unlike all the others, one feature that is not still at all, or rather, one feature whose movement is the slowest and most consequential movement in the world, the eye. The torch dragon has one eye, or rather one eye, as the text intends it. One eye that matters in the way things matter in a cosmological record. The orientation is vertical, not the horizontal cut that a human eye makes across a face, not the familiar ellipse that opens and closes in the ordinary way, but a vertical eye, oriented like a door standing on its end, like the gap between two mountains seen from far above. The old phrase for it is jimu, a straight eye, an upright eye, a true eye. It stands on the face the way a flame stands on a wick. Your breathing right now is soft and even. Your chest rises and falls without effort. The darkness behind your eyelids is quiet. This vertical eye is the eye whose opening makes day and whose closing makes night. The text is composed enough in its recording of this fact. Its phrasing is brief, almost casual in the way that very extraordinary things are sometimes recorded in old texts, as though the cataloger had grown accustomed to the extraordinary and needed only to note it down. The eye closes. Darkness. The eye opens. Light. 4 words in the original, fewer even than a short sentence in English, and in those 4 words the entire mechanism of the sky is contained. But before the eye, before the light and the darkness and the cosmological weight of that single vertical lid, there is the matter of what the torch dragon does not do. It does not eat. The text is specific about this, not that it eats rarely, not that it eats things unknown to ordinary creatures, but that it does not eat, that eating is simply not part of what it is. The body that extends through the valley of Chapter-Tail Mountain requires no fuel from outside itself. Whatever sustains it is internal, self-contained, a fire that needs no feeding because it has always been burning and will always burn. The red of the scales is not a color borrowed from anything external. It comes from within. It does not sleep. This is the detail that asks the most of the listener. A creature that does not sleep exists in permanent vigil, present always to whatever the world presents. No retreat into unconsciousness, no darkening of awareness, no moment when the weight of being becomes briefly lighter. The torch dragon holds its position in the valley with its eye either open or closed, and whether that eye is open or closed, it remains entirely awake, entirely there, entirely itself. Sleep for the torch dragon is not a state that exists, and yet the world sleeps because of it. The darkness it makes with its closing eye is the darkness in which all other creatures, all the birds, all the fish, all the people in their houses along the rivers far to the east, enter their nightly rest. It does not sleep so that everything else may. It holds the wakefulness so that wakefulness can be set down, temporarily, by everything the wakefulness sustains. It does not breathe. The warmth you feel in your body now, that slow settling warmth, is yours. The weight of your limbs against the surface beneath you is real and present and unhurried. This is perhaps the strangest of the 3 absences. Eating and sleeping are things that living creatures do, and it is possible to encounter them as optional in a being so far outside the ordinary that ordinary requirements do not apply. But breathing feels different. Breathing is not a behavior in the way that eating is a behavior. Breathing is the rhythm itself, the pulse beneath all other pulses, the movement that underlies every other movement a living body makes. To exist without breathing is to exist outside of rhythm entirely, or to exist as the rhythm, as the thing the rhythm is measured against. Before the breath, there must be a stillness from which the breath departs. The torch dragon is that stillness. Its body in the valley has the quality of something that was placed there rather than something that arrived. Not because it was carved or built. Nothing about the description suggests artifice, but because arrival implies movement, and movement implies time, and the torch dragon seems to exist before the moment when time became a property of things. It was not young and is not old. It simply is, in the way that stone is, in the way that the direction called west is, not as a thing among things, but as a condition within which things occur. The face above the coils is calm. The text does not say this directly, but calm is the only word that fits the silence around the description. A face that is never needed to express need, because there is no hunger to show, no tiredness to betray, no longing for anything it does not have, is a face that is settled into something very deep, not blankness. Blankness is the absence of expression. This is something beyond expression, a face that has passed through all the expressions and come to rest on the far side of them. Your jaw, perhaps, has softened. Your forehead is smoothed. The darkness behind your closed eyes is the same darkness it always is, quiet and cool and very slightly warm at the edges, the way a room feels when someone has been sleeping in it for hours. A vertical eye, when it is closed, is simply a line, a thin vertical mark on the face of a red serpent god in a valley at the edge of the Western world. From a distance, and any observer would be at a distance, would need to be at a distance, it would look like a seam, like the place where two things meet that were made to meet, where the joining is so clean that it almost disappears. The lid comes down and the darkness comes with it, and the darkness is not an absence but a kind of presence, the way the torch dragon's stillness is not an absence of motion but a kind of motion so slow it cannot be perceived. The text that records all of this is brief. The original passage is fewer than 40 characters in classical Chinese, a single breath of writing for a being that does not breathe. The catalogers wrote what they observed or what they were told, and then they stopped, because there was nothing more to add. The form had been recorded, the properties had been noted, the name had been given. Torch Dragon, one who illuminates the 9 darknesses, the god whose closed eye is night. In the valley below Chapter Tail Mountain, the red body rests in its stillness. The face is turned. The text does not say where. The eye is, the text does not specify. Not at this moment, not yet. The world outside the valley is mid-somewhere, midday or midnight, lit or dark according to whatever position that vertical lid now holds. Somewhere to the east, rivers are moving. Somewhere to the east, birds are settling into branches for the evening, or lifting from branches into morning. Somewhere to the east, people are setting down what they've been carrying and lying down and beginning, without effort, without decision, the slow fall into the place where the torch dragon's darkness receives them. The mountain holds its silence, the valley holds its stillness. The red body rests within both, breathing nothing, needing nothing, its single eye in whatever position the world currently requires, and the world is exactly as it should be, exactly as dark or as light as the moment demands. Because the eye that governs it has been where it is for longer than the word for forever has existed. There's a passage in the old records, a few lines set down in the Shanhaijing, the classic of mountains and seas, that describes what Zhulong's eye does when it opens and when it closes. The passage is simple. It does not explain. It only observes, the way one might observe a stone lying beside a river, or the way moonlight falls across a slope of pine. Its view brings light, the text says. Its closing brings darkness. That is all. No mechanism, no architecture of orbit or rotation, just a lid and what the lid does. For a long time, the people who studied these texts read that passage and understood it as poetic, a vivid way of speaking about the sun perhaps, or a metaphor for divine power, dressed in the language of the body. And perhaps it is. But there is another way to hold that passage, a way that asks less of us than explanation does. What if the text means exactly what it says? Not the sun rising, not light traveling across the curve of the world, but an eye opening, a lid lifting, and the world responding, not because physics requires it, but because something vast and red and very old has decided, without deciding, to look. Notice for a moment the weight of your own eyelids, the way they rest, the way they could if you let them grow heavier. There is something in that weight that the old texts seem to have understood, that the eye is not simply a window but a gate, that what comes through it when it opens is not merely perception, but something closer to creation. The eyelid opening, the world begins. The text does not tell us how large Zhulong's eye is. It doesn't need to. We already know it must be large enough for its closing to be called night, and its opening to be called day. We know that from the red body's position at Chapter Tail Mountain. At the far western reach of the known world, this eye reaches all the way east, across every river, across every ridge of pine and stone, across the places where people lie down and the places where birds settle, and its gaze is the condition that makes any of those things visible. Its gaze is visibility itself, and when it withdraws, when the lid descends, visibility ceases, not diminishes, ceases. This is not the sun dipping behind a hill. This is the source of light itself, pausing. Think of dawn, not as you might explain it, but as you might feel it. The quality of it. The way it does not arrive all at once, but comes gradually, tentatively. The way something large and careful moves when it does not want to disturb what is sleeping. Light first along the highest ridges, then slowly down the stone, then into the valleys where the mist is still lying. Then, finally, across the lowest places, the reeds beside the water, the mud, the still surface of a pond reflecting a sky that is only beginning to understand what color it is. That sequence, that patient downward movement of light, is entirely consistent with the movement of a lid lifting. A lid that rises from one edge first, then opens by degrees, the iris emerging slowly into view, the light it carries spreading outward as the aperture widens. You've seen it in smaller creatures, perhaps. The slow opening of an eye that is not yet fully awake. The way the first sliver of iris appears, and the room around it brightens almost imperceptibly. Now extend that image to the scale of the world. The lid rising over the western mountains. The iris, red, vertical, enormous, becoming visible. And from that red vertical iris, light spreading east across the whole of everything. Dawn in this understanding is not an event that happens to the world. It's a biological act performed by the world's most patient observer. Your own body holds a version of this. The slow return from sleep, the way consciousness comes back before the eyes open, the way the world reassembles itself in stages, sounds first, then sensation, then finally the light that arrives when the lids lift. Every morning you perform in miniature the same action the torch dragon performs on a cosmic scale. Every morning your eyelids are, briefly, the instruments by which day enters your portion of the world. And every evening, there too, the closing is slower than the opening. It always is. The quality of dusk is different from the quality of dawn, heavier, warmer, more drawn out. Light that has been present all day does not leave quickly. It lingers at the edges of things. It pools in the hollows of stone. It stays longest on the water, which is always the last to release it. This is entirely consistent with the motion of a lid descending, not snapping shut, but lowering with the careful slowness of something that has been open for a very long time and is finally, gradually allowing itself to close. The Shanhaijing does not describe the closing in emotional terms. It doesn't call it weary or peaceful or reluctant. It simply says its closing is darkness, its view is light. The text withholds everything except the fact. But in that withholding there is a kind of permission to feel what the closing might be like, from the inside of the eye, or from within the darkness it creates. There is a quality of late daylight that feels like weight. The way long afternoon shadows stretch and seem to press down on the things that cast them. The way the air itself seems to thicken as the light thins, cooler, heavier, denser with the smell of earth releasing what the day has held. That quality, that gathering weight, may be the underside of Zhulian's descending lid, the shadow that precedes the full closing, the world feeling before it sees that the eye is beginning to come down. Feel the weight of your own eyelids now, the way they've grown heavier than they were a few minutes ago. That's ordinary biology, easily explained, the body's chemistry moving toward rest, the muscles of the face relaxing, the small tendons that hold the lids open growing softer. And yet the Shanhaijing seems to suggest that something larger is happening alongside that ordinary biology. That when you lie down and feel your eyes growing heavy, you are participating in the same rhythm that moves through the cosmos. Your closing and Zhulian's closing are not unrelated events. They're the same event, at different scales, expressing the same underlying truth, that the eye eventually rests, that the light eventually withdraws, that darkness is not the failure of light but its natural counterpart, the other half of what an eye does. The cosmos in this reading is not a machine. It does not run on orbits or forces or the movement of objects through empty space. It breathes, it opens, it closes. It has a body, a very long body, red and smooth, coiled at the western edge of everything, and that body follows the same rhythms that all bodies follow, except magnified across every horizon, every valley, every bed of still water that has ever reflected a sky. A biological cosmos implies something the mechanical cosmos does not, that the cosmos can rest, that the cosmos in some sense is resting, or at least that one of its fundamental acts, the closing of an eye, is a form of rest. Not sleep exactly. The old texts are careful to say that Zhulian does not sleep, does not sleep, does not sleep, but something adjacent to it, something that makes rest possible everywhere else. The closing of Zhulian's eye is not the dragon resting, it's the dragon making rest available, creating the conditions, darkness, stillness, the absence of that enormous gaze, in which every other creature can do what the dragon itself cannot. Your breathing has grown slower. You may not have noticed it happening. The breath comes and goes on its own, the way the dragon's world light comes and goes, not by your effort, but by something in you that knows the rhythm and follows it without being told. The specific word the text uses for darkness, yin, carries more than one meaning, as old words often do. It holds within it the sense of shadow, of shade, of what is sheltered from light, but also the hidden, the interior, the inner face of things. To illuminate the 9 darknesses, Ju Yin, is not only to send light into places that lack it, it's to reach into the interior of things, the shadowed undersides, the parts of the world that do not face outward. Even Zhu Yin's light, that vast opening eye light, does not reach everywhere. There are 9 categories of darkness that require something different, something more. We'll return to those 9 in time. What matters is the shape of the idea, that the cosmos has an inside, and that inside is dark, and that Zhu Yin's eye governs the boundary between the lit outer surface and the dark interior. You are on the dark side now, the inside, the sheltered interior place that the opening eye illuminates, and the closing eye returns to shadow. This is where sleep lives, not in the absence of the dragon's gaze, but in the shelter it creates when the lid comes down. The eyelid of the world, descending, makes a kind of roof, and under that roof, in that enormous darkness, everything that needs to rest can rest. Hold that image for a moment. The lid still descending, moving at the pace of dusk, slow, warm, the light draining from the edges of things, the red iris dimming as the lid covers it, the last thin line of light at the western horizon, which is not the sun going down but the dragon's eye going closed. And under that descending lid, somewhere very small in comparison to the dragon's body, somewhere east of Chapter Tail Mountain, you, lying still, your own eyes following the same descent, your own lids growing heavier by degrees, your own small darkness gathering behind them, which is the same darkness finally as the dragon's. The same rhythm, the same movement, a lid lowering. The darkness behind your closed eyelids is not empty. It only looks that way at first. A flat, featureless black, the kind of darkness you might dismiss as simply the absence of light, the way a room looks when the lamp goes out and your eyes have not yet adjusted. But that first appearance, that impression of simple emptiness, is only the surface, and surfaces in every direction have depth below them. The classical text that records the torch dragon uses a phrase that has occupied scholars and dreamers alike for a very long time. The phrase is Ju Zhou Yin, to illuminate the 9 darknesses. 3 words in the original, carrying an idea that unfolds the more slowly you hold it. Not one darkness, not a general darkness. 9 darknesses, each one distinct, each one requiring its own illumination because each one is a different place, a different kind of not seeing, and the light that reaches each of them is not ordinary light. It's worth pausing on the number 9. In the old Chinese cosmological imagination, 9 was not always a precise count. It was something more like a complete enumeration, a way of saying every, all, the full range of the thing. To illuminate 9 darknesses was to illuminate every kind of darkness there is, every layer, every variety of not seeing that the world contains. Zhu Yin's single opening eye was understood to reach all of them, not because the light was especially powerful in the way of fire or sun, but because of what Zhu Yin is, a body that underlies the world, a presence whose light is the condition that makes other light possible. 9 darknesses, then, not a list to memorize, a landscape to move through. You breathe slowly in this room or this bed or wherever you've settled your body tonight. The weight of you is real against whatever holds you. Let that weight spread a little, softening where it meets the surface beneath you. The darkness behind your closed eyelids is the first of those 9 places, the most familiar, the one you visit every night without thinking of it as a journey. But it is a place, it has a quality, a texture. If you rest your attention on it gently, not focusing, not searching, just noticing, you find it isn't uniform. There are faint variations in it, pressure shadows at the edges of your vision, the ghost of what your eyes were looking at before they closed. The darkness behind closed eyelids has warmth in it. It has a kind of red undertone near the edges where the lids are thinnest. It carries the traces of the day the way a room carries the smell of whatever was cooked in it hours ago. This is the first darkness. And into this darkness, the most intimate darkness, the one pressed directly against your eyes, Zhulong's light reaches, however faintly, like the last warmth of a fire you've moved away from, but can still feel at your back. The second darkness goes deeper. The earth beneath buildings, beneath roots, beneath the layers of stone that hold the weight of mountains. This is a darkness that no eye has ever seen, and no light has casually reached. It is the darkness of solid things, where the stone has been dark since before it was stone, since it was still the settling matter of a world being assembled. This darkness has pressure in it. It is not cold exactly. It is beyond temperature, in the way that very deep things are beyond the categories we use for surfaces. The old texts do not specify what lives in the 9 darknesses. They only say that Zhulong illuminates them. And there is something generous in that. The idea that even the darkness inside stone, the darkness that will never be seen by anything living, is held in the attention of something, acknowledged, lit, however faintly, by the eye of a god whose body spans the north of the world. The stone does not know it is lit. The darkness inside it does not brighten, but the light is there, in the way that care can be present even when the one being cared for is not aware. A third darkness, and now the image shifts. Water holds darkness differently than earth does. In deep water, in the lower regions of a lake, in the throat of a river where it plunges underground, in the ocean places that no creature has disturbed in longer than any story reaches, the darkness is alive in a different way. It moves. It has current in it. The dark water presses and releases, circulates slowly, carries particles of things dissolved so long ago they have no name anymore. The darkness of deep water is the one darkness that breathes, even without air. Zhulong does not breathe, as the text carefully records, and yet it illuminates even this moving darkness, this breathing dark. There is a quality of stillness, of something that does not need to breathe, watching over something that moves like breath, that is very old and very quiet. The eye that opens over the surface of deep water makes a light that goes down as far as there is down to go. You might feel something in your chest as you consider this, a slight easing, a mild release, the way your ribs move with your breath in the dark of your room. You don't have to direct that breath. It finds its own depth. There is a fourth darkness that is harder to name. It is the darkness inside closed spaces, the inside of a jar sealed in a tomb, the space inside a hollow piece of jade, the center of a folded silk that has never been opened. These are small darknesses, private ones, darkness that has been preserved rather than simply left. And there is something in the idea of preserved darkness that carries a particular stillness. The way a room keeps the feeling of someone who lived in it long after they've gone. Zhuang's light reaches these places too, not by entering. The silk doesn't open, the jade doesn't crack, but by being the source of whatever light memory the darkness still holds. The way warmth lingers in stone after the sun has moved. The fifth darkness is the one before memory. There is a point in every person's experience where remembering stops. Not the darkness of forgotten things. Those are still inside the mind somewhere, retrievable in the right condition. No, this is the edge beyond which nothing was ever recorded. The first days, before language, before the categories that make experience possible as something to be stored. This darkness is not experienced as darkness by the one inside it, because there is no experience yet, only sensation moving through a body that doesn't know it's a body. This is the darkness Zhuang illuminates for all living things, not by brightening it. Nothing can make that time visible, but by being the light that was there then too. Before memory, there was still the opening and closing of an enormous eye. The rhythms of day and night were already in the world before any single mind arrived to notice them. The first darkness any living thing encountered was already lit from within by something patient and vast and red. Your body knew the rhythm before you did. That thought can settle somewhere soft, not in your thinking mind, but lower, in the part that still responds to the slow alternation of light and dark without needing to name it. The rhythm has always been there. It was there before you. It will be there after. For now you are simply resting inside it, the way everything rests that rests at all. A sixth darkness, and here the quality changes again. The darkness of the sky on a night without stars, not the darkness between stars, which carries a kind of cold punctuation, but the darkness of cloud cover, of the thick sky of a rainy night, where the clouds press down low, and the world below them is sealed away from any light from above. This darkness is soft. It muffles sound as well as light. It's the darkness most like a ceiling, most like being covered. In this darkness, rain is still possible, wind is still possible, and the text notes that wind and rain are among the things Zhuang commands. So even inside the soft darkness of the covered sky, something of Zhuang is present in the movement of air and water. The darkness is not abandoned. The rain that falls through it carries in the old imagination something of the dragon's exhaled breath, or what would be exhaled breath if Zhuang breathed. The seventh, which is the darkness of sleep itself, not the visual darkness, the darkness of the room of closed eyes, but the deeper one, the place the mind goes when it stops running the narrative of itself, when the voice inside goes quiet, when the body, having been carried all day by whatever you've needed to do, finally sets down its load and stops reporting on it. The darkness of sleep is the one you fall into rather than see. You never see it directly. You only discover afterward that you were inside it. This is the darkness Zhuang's illumination is most fully meant for. To illuminate the darkness of sleep is not to light it up, it is to be present in it, to be the condition under which it is safe to let go. The eye that closes makes the dark. The light that withdraws from the world is the same light that now somehow holds the world in its withdrawal. You are not far from this place. You may already be at its edge. The eighth darkness is the one inside sound. There are silences that carry darkness in them, the silence after a very loud thing, the silence in the middle of the night when even insects have stopped, the silence inside a mountain cave where the stone absorbs whatever enters. These silences are not empty, they have weight. They press gently on the ears, and inside that pressing silence there is a kind of darkness that isn't visual at all, a darkness of sensation, of the felt absence of input, of the body beginning to forget where its surfaces are. Into this silence, too, Zhu eye sends something, not sound, not light exactly, something more like the knowledge that the silence is held, that whatever the body releases into the silence is received by something old enough to hold it. The ninth darkness is the one you're approaching now. It has no edges. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't feel like falling. It feels more like the ground coming up very gently to meet you. A darkness that is simply the next thing, the way the next breath is simply the next thing. Not an ending. A continuation of the same rhythm that has been moving through everything since Zhu eye first opened at the beginning of what we call time. 9 darknesses, and each one lit in its own way by the patient attention of the being at the western edge of the world. Your own darkness has been growing slowly, softly, behind your eyes since you closed them. It's taken on a warmth, a familiar interior warmth, the way a room slowly takes on the warmth of the people inside it. There is no need to do anything with this warmth. It's simply there. The way the ninth darkness is simply there, already surrounding you on all sides, already familiar, already as safe as anything you've ever rested inside. The eye to the far west holds open in that older darkness, steady and unhurried, illuminating what cannot see its own illumination. And slowly, without deciding to, you become the thing that cannot see. And there is something else the old texts record about this being at the edge of the world. Something that stops the mind, gently, the way a hand placed lightly on a shoulder can stop a person mid-step. The Shanhaijing, the classic of mountains and seas, notes it plainly, without drama, the way the oldest records note the most extraordinary things. The being neither eats, nor sleeps, nor breathes. And yet, the text continues, wind and rain are what it summons. Wind and rain are its domain. Wind and rain arrive when Zhu calls, and retreat when Zhu is still. Hold that for a moment. A being that does not breathe commands the breath of the sky. The paradox sits quietly in the old text, waiting for anyone patient enough to dwell inside it. And tonight, in this long stillness, there is time enough to do exactly that. The word in the original is ye, which carries a sense of calling upon, of summoning, of announcing one's presence to something greater and waiting to be received. Wind and rain are ye. They are what Zhu calls forth. Not forces it creates exactly, but forces it announces, as though the weather of the world has always been waiting just beyond the threshold, and Zhu stillness is the only thing patient enough to call it through. This is not the wind of effort. This is not rain born of struggle. These are the weather of a God that holds itself in perfect suspension. And because it does not move, the world moves around it. There is a variant passage in the Da Huang section, recorded separately in a different hand, but describing the same being. The passage in question is sometimes rendered as Zhu Yin, the torch of darkness, or the torch that illuminates darkness, rather than the more familiar Zhulong, the torch dragon. The two names refer to the same presence, seen from different angles, the way a single mountain appears differently from the valley to the east and the valley to the west. The Dahuang record, from the section of the Shanhaijing called the Classic of the Great Wilderness, describes the being in terms almost identical to the earlier Western mountain passages, but with one quiet difference. It places the deity not simply at a named mountain, but in a landscape described as without sun, without light, without the regular alternation of day and night, a place where the ordinary mechanics of the sky simply do not apply. In that place, Zhuyin is the only source of illumination, not because it was appointed to be, not because it chose to be, but because it simply is, in the way a stone at the bottom of a river simply is, present, enduring, requiring no decision to remain. Your body is heavy in the same way, not because you decided to let it rest there, but because it has been resting quietly, a little more with each breath you've taken since you lay down. The weight is not something you're carrying, it's something that's been setting you down, slowly, in the place where you already are. The atmospheric paradox deepens when you dwell on it. Breath, in every tradition that has ever paid attention to breath, is the primary marker of life. To breathe is to be present. To stop breathing is to have left. The rhythm of inhale and exhale is the most basic clock that living things carry, the first thing noted at birth, the last thing noted at death, the thing that marks every sleeping creature as still among the living. Zhuyin has no such clock. The Zhuyin passages, the Torch of Darkness records, describe a being that exists outside the rhythm of breath entirely, not holding its breath the way a person holds their breath. That image implies effort, a body wanting to exhale, muscles working to maintain suspension. Zhuyin's breathlessness is not effort, it is simply its nature, the way it is the nature of stone to be still. And yet the wind that crosses the world, that bends the bamboo in the southern valleys, that carries the first cold air down from the high passes in autumn, that lifts the dust from dry riverbeds and sets it moving in long, slow columns across the open plain, all of that belongs to Zhuyin's domain. There is a reading of this that takes years to fully feel. If Zhuyin does not breathe, then the wind is not Zhuyin's breath. The wind is something else, something Zhuyin summons without performing, something the world does in response to Zhuyin's perfect stillness, the way water moves toward a depression in the earth, not because the earth is pulling, but because the earth is simply lower, and water is what water does. Zhuyin is the depression. The wind and rain are what flows toward it. Or perhaps, and this is the reading the Da Huang passages seem to invite, the wind is what the world exhales when Zhuyin does not. Every breath that Zhuyin withholds, the sky breathes on its behalf. The rain that falls on the mountains to the east, the storms that gather over the inland seas, the long seasonal winds that carry warmth northward in spring and cold southward in winter, all of this is the atmosphere of a world breathing for a God that will not breathe itself. The restraint is what moves everything. This is not a metaphor the old texts make explicit. The classical Chinese of the Shanhaijing is spare and precise. It records what is and leaves the reader to feel what that means. But the feeling is there in the gaps between the characters, in the silence around the notation. A being that does not breathe, wind and rain at its summons. The reader is left to sit with the conjunction of those two facts and see what arises. What arises if you sit long enough is something like this. Control is not the same as exertion. Power is not the same as force. The most total command over the weather of an entire world belongs to a being that doesn't perform weather at all, that simply holds itself so still for so long in a place beyond the edge of ordinary light that the sky organizes itself around the fact of that stillness. Your breath right now is slow, slower than it was when you first lay down. The interval between the end of one breath and the beginning of the next has been growing, barely noticeably for some time. That small interval, that still point, is a very quiet place. Just a moment of neither in nor out, neither doing nor undoing, the body simply resting in its own suspension, the way Julian rests in a permanent suspension of the world's far western edge. You don't need to make that interval longer. You only need to notice it's already there. The Julian designation, the torch of darkness name, carries something the dragon name does not. The dragon name emphasizes the body, the serpentine form, the vast scale, the creatureness of the being. The torch name emphasizes the function, the illumination, the light that shines into what cannot otherwise be reached. But torches burn, torches consume, they need fuel and air and the continuous act of burning to stay lit. Julian is a torch that has no need of any of these things. Its light, such as it is, emerges not from combustion but from presence. The red of its scales, the warmth that the western mountain passages associate with this being, is not the red of fire burning through matter. It is the red of deep, sustained warmth, the red of something that has been still for so long that it has become its own source of heat. The way deep earth is warm, not because it burns, but because it has never lost the warmth of its own formation. The rain the texts associate with Julian is interesting in this context. Rain is water fallen from a height. It is weight returning to its natural place. Rain does not choose to fall. It is what happens when enough water has gathered at enough altitude, and the conditions are right, and gravity is what it always is. The falling is inevitable. The question is only timing. Julian summons the rain the way a deep valley summons a river, not by reaching up for it, but by being low enough, and still enough, and old enough that the water knows where it belongs. The mountain at the western edge receives this rain. The mountain, Zhongweishan, as the first of these passages names it, stands in the dark beyond the reach of ordinary sunlight, lit only by the eye of the being whose body coils through and around it. Rain falls on its slopes in patterns governed by nothing so small as season or weather system. The rain comes when Julian calls it, which means the rain comes according to a rhythm so deep and slow that the people in the eastern valleys, watching their own seasonal rains, would have no way of perceiving its source. Somewhere to the west, in a darkness that predates the naming of directions, something that does not breathe opened its mouth, or did not open its mouth, and the rain fell. The texts do not specify. They note only the relationship. Wind and rain are summoned, are what the being calls. The mechanism is left to silence, and silence in documents this old is not absence. It is a different kind of content. The silence around the notation of Julian's domain over wind and rain is the silence of something that cannot be more precisely described. Not because the writers didn't know, but because the knowing of it requires a kind of stillness that writing interrupts. The stillness you're in right now is closer to that knowing than any description. The warmth behind your eyes has settled deeper than it was a few moments ago. The sounds in the room around you, whatever small sounds remain, have moved further back, the way sounds always move when the body begins its long descent into rest. They haven't disappeared. They've simply become part of the background, the way the sound of rain on a roof becomes part of the room and stops requiring attention. Somewhere at the far edge of the world that the old cartographers imagined, the being without breath holds its domain. It does not stir. It does not perform its power. It simply persists in its impossible stillness. No eating, no sleeping, no breathing, while the sky above the world's eastern valleys moves through all its seasons, and the rain falls where it falls, and the wind bends the bamboo, and the long grasses lean in the evening air. The restraint is the source. The not breathing is the source of all breathing weather. The not sleeping is the source of all the sleep that creatures have ever taken. The stillness at the world's edge is the ground on which every motion in the world rests, and the eye in that far darkness remains, still open, still steady, the light of it reaching down through 9 layers of darkness, through deep water and sealed earth, and the darkness before memory, touching the underside of every sleeping thing with a warmth so gentle and so old that no sleeping thing has ever known it was there. And this is the thing that holds, not the wind, which moves, not the rain which falls and is done, which bend and straighten, and bend again with each new breath of evening air. What holds is the stillness beneath all of it, the long vigil kept at the world's edge by something that has never once needed rest. You may feel at this moment the weight of your own body settling, the slow pull of something like gravity, but softer, more like the way a stone rests on the bed of a river, not pressed down, but simply belonging there. That is the feeling to stay with, the weight that is not burden, but belonging. This is the first and deepest fact about it. Not its red scales, not its vertical eye, not the mile upon mile of its serpent body curled in the far darkness beyond Chapter Tail Mountain. Those are the details of its form. But this, the not sleeping, is the detail of its nature. This is what it is, underneath all appearances. It does not sleep, and it has not slept, and it will not sleep. And the world turns on this fact the way a wheel turns on its center, and the center does not move. Every creature that has ever drawn itself into warmth at the close of day, every bird that has tucked its head beneath its wing, every fish that has stilled itself in the deep cold of a river's lowest current, every person who has ever let their eyes fall closed and felt the soft dissolve of wakefulness, all of this rests on that one sustained wakefulness. The creature that never sleeps, the eye that never closes. Think of it the way you might think of a fire kept burning through a long winter night, tended by someone who does not need to sleep, and therefore does not sleep, keeping the warmth alive for those who do, except that this fire is not a fire, and the darkness around it is not a room. The darkness around it is the full extent of everything. The torch dragon holds its eye open, and by that single sustained act, every sleeping thing in the world is held. There is something almost unbearable in this, and also something that is the opposite of unbearable, something that is the deepest possible relief. To know that the vigil is being kept. To know that the watching does not require your participation, that you may release the effort of wakefulness entirely, because something else, something older and larger, and utterly beyond the need for rest, has already taken that task and made it its own forever. Your breathing slows, even now. Notice how it slows. Notice how the space between each breath has grown a little wider, a little quieter. You are not doing this. It is simply happening the way evening happens, not because anyone chose it, but because the eye is closing somewhere very far to the west. The old texts do not dwell on what the torch dragon watches for. They do not say that it guards or waits or looks for something approaching across the darkness. They only say that its eye remains open, that its seeing is the world's light, that when it turns its gaze away, the light goes. The watching is not purposeful in any direction we can name. It simply is. The way a stone at the river's bed simply is, not watching, not waiting, simply there, with a depth that makes the water above it cool and clear. And the world sleeps inside that watching, not around it, inside it. The light from that one open eye reaches down through 9 layers of darkness, through the dark behind the eyes of every sleeping creature, through the dark of deep water, through the dark of sealed earth, through the dark that was there before memory and will be there after. And every sleeping thing is inside that reaching light, whether it knows it or not. You are inside it now, resting on something so old and so steady that its age is no longer a number, but a texture, the texture of stillness that has never been otherwise, the texture of a vigil that has never once faltered. It holds you the way the earth holds you, not with effort, not with intention, simply by being there, below everything, always. The torch dragon does not sleep, and because it does not sleep, you may. This is the gift that is never announced, never celebrated, written only once in a book of mountains and rivers, compiled by men who were themselves trying to make sense of why the light came and went, why the dark arrived so reliably each evening, why the world seemed to rest on something invisible and immovable. They found the mountain at the far edge of the west. They recorded what was there, and what was there was this: a being of red scales and human face, a vertical eye, a body that stretched farther than any distance they had words for, and a wakefulness that had no beginning they could locate and no end they could foresee. The catalogers wrote it down, set down their brushes for the night, and slept. The torch dragon did not. There is a kind of weight that accumulates over the long hours of a day, not the weight of the body, though the body carries it, but the weight of watching, of paying attention, of tracking the position of things, keeping the account of small necessities, holding the thread of what comes next. By the time evening comes, this weight is considerable, and the release of it, the setting down of it, is what sleep is. Not unconsciousness, but release. The voluntary, or nearly voluntary, relinquishing of the thread. The torch dragon never relinquishes the thread. It holds it, the long red thread of light that runs from its open eye down through 9 darknesses. It holds it without effort, without fatigue, without the need to rest. Not because it is strong in the way that something exerting force is strong, but because for this being, holding is simply the form its existence takes. It does not experience the thread as something to be held. It experiences nothing, perhaps, in any way we could recognize as experience. It simply is the source of the thread, and the thread continues, and you are somewhere on that thread now, not far from its end, drifting slowly toward the deepest part of it, the part where the 9 darknesses begin to merge into one. Let the weight come, the weight of the day, all its small and large necessities, its textures, its hours, Let it settle down through you the way a stone settles through water. Not gone, but come to rest at the bottom of something deep and still. The torch dragon has been holding this vigil since before the first mountains were placed in their positions, since before the first river found its way to the sea, since before the first creature curled itself into warmth and gave itself over to sleep. The vigil is older than sleep itself, older than the need for rest. It is the ground on which rest became possible, and it will continue. When you sleep, it will continue. When the night deepens around you, and your breathing grows very slow and even, and the last thread of wakefulness releases itself, it will continue. The eye will remain open, far to the west, beyond Chapter Tail Mountain, beyond the last range of hills that anyone has mapped, in a darkness so deep that even darkness is not quite the right word for it. In that place, the eye will remain, and the world will be held. You feel it, perhaps, as a kind of warmth at the edge of your awareness, not warm the way a fire is warm, but warm the way something that has always been there is warm. The steady temperature of something that does not change, the ground beneath the ground, the watching beneath all watching. Let it hold you. The torch dragon has never needed your awareness to keep its vigil. It kept it before you existed, and it will keep it after. Your sleeping does not interrupt it. Your sleeping is, in some sense, the very thing the vigil is for. The darkness safely made, the rest made possible, the long night held open for every creature that needs to enter it. You need to enter it, the way a river needs to reach the sea, not urgently, not with struggle, but by the simple nature of what it is and what gravity does, over time without rushing. The river arrives, the sleeper sleeps, the eye closes, your eye, slowly, with the unhurried descent that you have felt all this evening as the world grew quieter around you. Somewhere very far to the west, an eye that is larger than any sky remains open. And here, in the small and warm darkness of this moment, your own eyes have found their way to closed. The vigil is kept, the rest is yours. And in the space between those two facts, the endless watching and the total release, there is a stillness so complete that even the thought of it begins to dissolve before it finishes forming, like ink dropped into a deep river, spreading and thinning and becoming, very slowly, indistinguishable from the water that surrounds it. The water carries the ink until the ink is water, and somewhere in that carrying something shifts. The light does not leave all at once. It is never left all at once. Not once in all the long ages since the first eye opened over the first morning. The light thins, it softens, it moves toward the edges of things and rests there, golden and uncertain before it lets go. This is what the old texts are pointing toward when they describe the eye of the torch dragon, Zhulong, not as a lamp that switches off, but as a lid that descends, slowly, with the weight of something that has waited a very long time to rest, and yet will not rest, because the world still needs it. The lid descends and the light does not vanish. It withdraws. It gathers itself back into the red iris, back into the depths of that vertical eye, the way water gathers back into stone during a dry season, still present, only inward. The word the old catalogers used is qiming. Its seeing brings brightness, and the opposite, its closing brings darkness. But closing is not the same as absence. Closing is something that happens, a motion, a direction, a descent. Notice how still the air has become around you. Your breath moves through it gently, and the air receives each breath without response, simply present, simply surrounding you on all sides. The weight of your body against whatever holds you has grown familiar now, like a stone that has been sitting in the same place in a riverbed for so long that the river has learned to flow around it. You are the stone, the evening is the river, and it flows farther than the last mountain, farther than the last recorded name for anything. That great red lid begins its movement. It does not begin with drama. There is no sound. The scales along the serpent's body do not shift. The mountains of Chapter Tail Mountain, Zhangweishan, do not tremble. The movement is so slow that if you were standing there, watching, you would not be certain at first that it was happening at all. You would think, perhaps the light is simply changing, the way light always changes in late afternoon, angling lower, growing warmer, touching the surfaces of stones in a different way than it touched them an hour ago. But then you would notice the red of the iris, that deep still red, would be slightly smaller than it was, a fraction, a sliver. The lid above it, pale and enormous, would have descended by the width of a single hair, and you would understand that what you were watching was not a change of light, but a change of the thing that makes light possible. The lid continues downward. It moves the way mountain snow moves in early spring, not falling, but settling, not sudden, but continuous, following a direction it has always known. The light thins at the upper edge of the eye first. The topmost arc of the iris dims slightly. The sky above Chapter Tail Mountain loses 1 degree of its brightness, just 1, as though a single thin cloth had been drawn across the sun. But there is no sun here, and the cloth is the eyelid of the torch dragon, and it is made of something older than cloth, older than skin, older than any material the texts have ever named. Your own eyelids have grown heavier. You may have noticed this without noticing you noticed. The weight arrives gently, like a hand placed very softly on a surface, not pressing, not demanding, simply resting there, adding its warmth to whatever is already warm. Your lids carry that weight now. They always did, but now you feel it as a kind of invitation, the body's own way of closing toward the darkness it already knows. In the far west the lid descends another fraction. The red iris dims, not as a lamp dims when the oil runs low, not with that flickering, uncertain quality, but as a coal dims when the fire has done its work and the heat moves inward, becomes something quieter, less visible, but no less present. The light does not leave the eye. The eye holds its light within itself as it closes. This is what the darkness is made of, not the absence of the eye's brightness, but the eye's brightness turned inward, held, contained within the closing lid, as a cupped hand contains water. The text described this darkness as a gift, not as an ending, not as a loss. The 9 darknesses that the torch dragon illuminates from the north are lit from within, and when the eye closes, when the outer light withdraws, those inner spaces receive it. The darkness of closed eyes is not empty. It is filled with something that has no name in any of the catalogs, something the old writers were pointing toward when they wrote of light that reaches underground, into deep water, into the spaces before memory. The lid is now halfway down. You cannot see this from where you are, but you can feel the quality of the air changing, the same way you feel weather arriving before it arrives. A subtle shift in pressure, in temperature, in the very texture of what surrounds you. The air has grown softer. The edges of things have grown less certain. The room around you, if there is a room, has settled into a gentler version of itself. as though it too is releasing something it no longer needs to hold. Somewhere behind your closed eyelids, there is a darkness that belongs to you. It is not the darkness of the outer world. It is the darkness that lives just behind your own eyes, warm and close and entirely private. The darkness that has always been there every time you have closed your eyes, since the first night of your life. That darkness is not nothing. It has a quality, a temperature, a texture that is softer than anything in the waking world. The torch dragon's eye continues to descend. The red iris is now a thin crescent, visible only at the lower edge of the lid's slow movement. The light it has been casting across the 9 darknesses, across the northern reaches, across all the spaces that needed illuminating, that light has not gone out. It has gathered, it has pooled, it has moved from the outer surfaces of the world into the inner spaces, the way heat moves from a room into the walls when the fire is banked for the night. The walls hold the heat, the darkness holds the light. Your body holds its warmth even now, even as everything else has softened and released and grown still. Your breath moves in, your breath moves out. The warmth is simply there, not earned, not maintained, simply the nature of the body at rest, keeping itself, continuing its slow and faithful work. The lid descends. There is barely a crescent of red remaining now, a thin line, a thread of warmth in the western dark. The sky above Chactertail Mountain, if sky is still the right word for what that space is, has deepened from the gray of dusk into something that carries no name from ordinary experience, not black, not the blue of deep night, something older than either of those colors, something that was here before the words for colors existed, before there were voices to speak them. The light along that thin crescent dims, dims, and dims again. Each dimming is complete in itself. There is no sense of hurry. The lid has all the time that has ever existed, because the lid is older than time as the catalogers measured it. It descends with the patience of stone, with the patience of water, with the patience of a thing that has done this before and will do it again, and finds no urgency in either the closing or the opening. Both are simply what the eye does, in its own time, according to its own nature. Your breath is slowed. The space between your inhale and your exhale has grown longer, not empty, but resting. A small stillness within the larger stillness. The body knows how to find this place. It has always known, and it arrives there now without being told, the way water arrives at the lowest point of a riverbed without being directed, simply following what is already there. The crescent of red narrows to a line. The line narrows to a point. The point remains for a moment, warm, still, barely there, the last visible evidence that the eye was ever open, that the light was ever outward facing, that the morning was ever as bright as mornings have been. And then the lid completes its descent. Not with sound, not with any shift in the air that could be named or measured, simply with the final, unhurried arrival of the lid against the lower edge of the eye, the two meeting with the gentleness of two hands folding together in the dark. The darkness that follows is not empty. It is the darkness that has been waiting, patient, warm, present, behind the light all along. It does not rush in to fill a space. It simply becomes visible, the way a stone on the riverbed becomes visible when the surface stills and the water clears. The darkness was always here. The open eye simply made it harder to see. Now the eye is closed, and the darkness is the whole world, and the whole world is very quiet, and the quiet holds you, gently, completely, the way the darkness behind your own closed eyes has always held you, every night, in the long and faithful keeping that needs no name, no explanation, no effort on your part at all. The light has gone inward. You are inside it now. The eye is closed. The darkness is the whole world. You are already inside it. This is not a place you have arrived at. It is a place you have always been, held here in the warmth behind the lid, in the space where the red light does not reach because it does not need to. The warmth of the scales is here. You do not have to look for it. It is simply present, the way warmth is always present beneath a stone that has rested in the sun for a very long time. The stone does not have to try to be warm. The warmth lives in it. The warmth is what it has become. The scales are red. Even in the darkness, they are red. Even in the dark, the warmth remains. The classical text says, its eyes closed, darkness. Those three words carry more weight than they appear to. Not the sun has set, not the light has faded, but its eyes closed, a single gesture, a single body making a single quiet decision, the way you might turn from a window and let the room go dim. Its eyes closed, darkness. The text is that simple, the cosmos is that simple. You feel the warmth of the scales now, not as something seen, but as something sensed along the skin of your awareness, the way you feel a fire behind you without turning toward it. You know it is there. The knowing is enough. The body of the torch dragon, long red still, rests in the far west. It has always rested there. The human face is turned slightly downward. The vertical eye, which was once the whole of the sky's light, is closed now, completely, the lash of it resting against the curve of the cheek like a fold of deep silk. The face is calm. There is no word for how calm it is. Notice how your forehead has softened. Notice how your jaw has settled. Notice how the small muscles at the corners of your eyes have let go of whatever they were holding, and now rest, like the face of the god, without effort, without expression, simply resting in the dark, its eyes closed, darkness, the 9 darknesses. The text says this is Zhulong, who illuminates the 9 darknesses. But the eye is closed now. The 9 darknesses are no longer illuminated by anything outside you. They are lit very softly from within. The darkness behind your closed eyes. The first darkness, the nearest one, has its own dim glow now. The darkness is not black. It is the color of something very old and very warm, red perhaps faintly, or the color that is almost red, almost amber, the color of the last moment before sleep. You do not have to name it. It is simply there. The darkness of deep water is also there, somewhere below the surface of your awareness, the water that does not move, the water that has not been disturbed in a very long time. That water is still now. You can feel its stillness, the way you feel the stillness of a room you have stopped moving through. You have stopped moving. The darkness before memory is there as well, the darkness that existed before the first thing you can remember, before the first image your mind ever held. That darkness is very old. It is not frightening. It is the oldest comfort there is. It is what you came from, in some sense that has nothing to do with thought. The 9 darknesses, all of them warm, all of them quiet, all of them held inside the closed eye of the god resting in the far west. The scales, red even in the dark, warm even in the cold distance of the far mountains. The mountain called Zhangwei, Chapter Tail Mountain, stands in its silence. The catalogers wrote its name and then set down their brushes. There was nothing more to say about the mountain itself. It was only the place where the god rested, the place where the eye closed. The mountain does not need to be described. You already know what it feels like to stand at the edge of a very large silence. You are standing there now, not standing, resting. You are resting at the edge of a very large silence, and the silence is not empty, and the silence is not cold. It is the silence of a place that has been holding itself still for longer than any one name can account for. It has been still since before the mountains had their names. It will be still when no one is left to name them. The stillness holds you. The eye is closed. Its eyes closed. Darkness. The text offers no elaboration. It does not say how slowly the eye closed. It does not say whether the god felt anything. It simply observes, eyes closed, darkness, as if these two things are the same thing, as if closing and darkness are not cause and effect, but one single event. They are one single event. The eye closes, the darkness is. You breathe in slowly, you breathe out. The breath moves through you like a slow tide that has been moving through you all your life, that will keep moving through you long after you have stopped noticing it. You do not have to guide it. It knows where it goes. The dragon does not breathe. You breathe for both of you. That is a quiet thought. Let it go. The red scales are warm. The eye is closed. The 9 darknesses are lit from inside you now, very softly, very slowly, by the last small light of your dissolving attention. You are the lamp now. You are the torch. Not a bright one, a very dim one, a candle that is burned down to almost nothing, and is content to be almost nothing, resting in its own small warmth, lit from within, growing dimmer. This is the gift. The text gives it a name. This is Zhu Yin, the torch dragon, who illuminates the 9 darknesses. But illumination does not always mean brightness. Sometimes it means only this, a warmth that lets you feel where you are in the dark. A warmth that says, you are here, you are safe, the darkness is familiar, the darkness is holding you, the darkness has always held you. Its eyes closed, yours too. The far west is very far away. The red body rests there in a silence you will never visit with your feet. But you have visited it tonight with something quieter than feet. You have drifted as far as it is possible to drift on a night like this, and you have arrived at the place the catalogers pointed toward with their sparse and careful words. The human face, the serpent body, the vertical eye, the darkness that follows when the eye goes still. The eye has gone still. You are inside the stillness. The warmth of the scales is the warmth of your own body now, lying heavy and slow in the dark. The weight of the red body at rest is the weight of your own limbs, sinking, sinking, not with effort but with release. The way a stone on a riverbed does not sink so much as arrive. You have arrived. The darkness is not the end of anything. It is the whole world. The whole world is worn. The whole world is quiet. The eye of the torch dragon rests closed in the far west. It has always rested closed in the long, slow dark between one dawn and the next, and the 9 darknesses are quiet around it, and the mountain is quiet, and the catalogers are quiet, their bamboo strips folded, their brushes dry, They're careful small words already given. All the words have been given. The eye is closed, the darkness is, and you are inside it, warm, still, sinking, held in the dark the way the red body holds its warmth, even in the coldest silence of the far mountains, even in the deepest night, even now, especially now, especially now. The warmth does not leave. It stays the way warmth always stays, slow to arrive, slower still to go. You are inside the closed eye. You have always been inside it. This is where the night lives, not out beyond the window, not past the mountains, not somewhere far, but here behind your eyelids, in the soft dark you carry with you everywhere you go. The torch dragon made this darkness. It made it the way a river makes its valley, by being, by staying, by holding still for a very long time. And the darkness is made well. It is warm, it is deep. It fits you exactly. There is nothing in this darkness that is not meant for you. The red body rests in the far west. The eye is closed. The eye has been closed for a long time. And all the while, through every hour, through every season, through all the long years of all the things you have ever done, this darkness was waiting. Not waiting for anything to happen, just waiting, the way still water waits. The way the mountain waits, holding. You feel the weight of the blanket, or the warmth of the air, or simply the heaviness of your own body settling deeper into the surface beneath you. That heaviness is the darkness receiving you. It has always been receiving you. Every time you closed your eyes, every time the day was done, every night you have ever known. Every one of those nights was this night. Every darkness was this darkness. The torch dragon at the edge of the world, the eye at rest, the 9 darknesses full and quiet, and you, drifting down through them, one by one, softer with each one. The first darkness is the darkness behind your eyes. You are already past it. The second is quieter. You are there now. The breath moves, slow, long, barely moving at all. The chest rises, the chest falls, and something loosens in the falling. Something that has been held without your knowing it was held, lets go. This is what the torch dragon holds open for you. Not light, not waking. This, the long permitted release, the permission to stop caring, to stop knowing, to stop being anywhere other than here, in the warm dark, going nowhere. Held. The mountain called Chapter Tail, Zhongwei Shan, is quiet now. It was always quiet. Its silence is very old and very soft. You rest inside that silence. It rests inside you. There is no difference now between the silence out there and the silence here. The river moves somewhere in the dark, very slowly, without needing to arrive. The red scales are warm, even now. The stillness is warm, even now. Your breath, slow, and then slower. The eye is closed. The darkness is full. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to be found. You are not looking for anything. You are only here, here in the dark the God made. Here in the warmth the red body holds. Here in the deep place where the 9 darknesses open into one another, and nothing is separate, and nothing is sharp, and everything is only this, soft and slow and still. The catalogers are sleeping. The brushes are dry. The words are done. Even the word for darkness has grown quiet. Even the word for rest. even the word for warmth. They are fading now, the words dissolving into the thing they were only ever pointing toward. The torch dragon does not need words. It holds what no word can hold. It holds this quiet, this dark, this warmth. Your body, heavy. Your breath, slow. Your eyes, still, closed. The eye in the west, closed. The darkness between.